Okay, let's bring that down. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and today we're going to be recreating another painting by another one of my favorite artists. I'm excited to be back in the studio. Just a couple days ago, I was in Seattle attending the Paul McCartney concert. Really amazing. I want to do a separate video on that upcoming, so I'll talk all about that and all the cool things that I saw and did and all that kind of stuff. But I'm going to stay focused. Well, I mean, if questions come up, we'll talk about them. But I want to stay focused on today's artist because I'm super excited, super pumped up. I love this artist. Sylvia Pankhurst is her name. She not only was a great artist, but one of the leading leaders of the women's suffragette movement, the women's right movement in England. And considering it was, Workers' Day just a couple of days ago, it seems to apply a lot to her because she was also very involved in the workers' rights movement as well. And it also is her 140th birthday today. So a lot of things kind of coming together here on this episode, as well as it's a day that we take a moment to consider missing and murdered Indigenous women here in Canada as well. And my daughter and I just came from a rally at the City Hall here in Vancouver, and I'm sure if Sylvia was still alive today, that would be a cause that she would fully support. So anyway, this is the painting we are going to recreate today. I'm super excited to do that. And let's look at the plan for today's episode. We're going to get the image onto the canvas. I haven't yet had a chance to do that, so I'm going to walk you through every single step. You'll see me do it. Then we're going to do the staining of the canvas, the Imprimatura. Then we're going to talk a little bit about Sylvia Pankhurst's biography. We'll do a little bit of underpainting, probably around the hands and faces. And then we're going to go right into the painting itself. So we're going to go into the background, paint a lot of the background. Then we're going to go in the foreground, paint the figures in the foreground. And then we usually kind of back and forth a little bit. Today's episode is going to take some time, so it's probably going to be about a 3.5 hour long episode. So if you're watching after the video has aired live, you can always just go right to the very end, hit the timestamps in the description below or on the timeline. Depending on the screen you're watching on, you can go right to the side-by-side comparison, check it all out, and then you can come back and follow in real time how we make this painting, and when there's mistakes, you see how I solve those mistakes and dig myself out of the trenches. So, maybe just quickly before we do that, just a reminder to hit like, subscribe, the notification bell so you know when upcoming episodes are happening or when episodes aren't happening. And then also, if you want to leave a donation, if you feel that anything you've seen has been of interest or use for you in your own creative journey, please consider making a donation to keep the channel up and running. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to get an image onto the canvas here. And I have done a free outline of today's episode. So this is the original, and then here's the outline that I've done using the Procreate app on the iPad. And I just traced over the image, and you can download this image. Let me show you where to download the image. You will see a link to a Dropbox folder in the description below. In the Dropbox folder, you're going to see our basic full intro episodes are right at the top there, all the adjacent materials for that. And then here's our most simple paintings in the top of that folder, and then there's another 150 plus folders down here with everything from the Mona Lisa to Grandma Moses, lots of Picasso, Dali, Vincent van Gogh, all the most famous artists in art history from all over the world as well, too, not just from the Western world. And if we go down to, where are you? Sylvia, number 125. You're going to see 3 files in here. You're going to see the original file and then 2 versions of the outline. They're identical, just one's a PDF and one's a JPEG. And then when you're all done today's episode, please join the Facebook group and upload your artwork to the Facebook group, because once a month, and I think that's in 2 weeks from now, I go through everything and organize it, and we have a celebratory episode, usually on a Saturday afternoon, where we put the brushes down and celebrate your achievements. It's an opportunity for me to take a look at what you've been up to, regardless of whether you're painting today's painting or not. There's something that everyone can learn from here. Okay, so once you've printed out the outline, let's get it onto the canvas here. So I'm going to split the screen. I try to get these things done in advance, but as I said, I've been out of town for the past few days. So here I'm using a 9x12 sized canvas board, and usually these things come pre-gessoed. They look white. They look like they've been coated with white paint. It's actually not paint. It's called gesso, which is a sort of an acrylic substance with like a plaster powder mixed into it, so it can fill in all the gaps. So then what happens is then I take more gesso and I apply it on there and sand it off, and now this is super smooth. It's so fun to touch a nice smooth surface. And then I've printed out my outline onto just an 8.5x11 piece of paper in my inkjet printer. And then I'm going to tape this down. I don't know if there's really a, better. I think probably I'll just put this maybe closer to the middle. That looks pretty good. Okay. And I tape it down. And then I'm going to use some carbon transfer paper. And many of these sheets have been used many times. This one looks like it's on its last leg. So let's see if we can push it over the cliff. Okay. So you can see this is 2-sided carbon paper, meaning it's going to leave a mark on both this side and on my finger if I do that. All right, so when I put it between these sheets, I'm going to get an image that's going to apply onto my canvas as well as onto the back side of this paper for no good reason, but you can buy single-sided carbon paper. So we're going to zoom in here, and this is going to take me probably 10 minutes to quickly trace, which is why I usually like to do this in advance so that I can just jump right to the painting. So let's see, the fastest ways to go about this are to use a ruler. Some of these lines are pretty wonky. I'm actually just gonna straighten these lines. Notice how I'm just drawing right through the plates and things on the table, because those plates, we're going to paint right over top of them anyway, so. Right, so that's so far what we've got. I think I'm going to press a little bit less hard on here. I'm getting some pretty nice dark lines, which, depending on how thick you apply paint, can be a good thing, because if you got kind of lines that show through a lot of paint, that's good. If you apply paint really thin, then that's not so good, because all those lines are going to show through. So okay, let's quickly get in some of these details. I'm going to come back here. See how I often also put that carbon paper right over next to the edge so that when I draw my lines, I go right next onto the edge of the paper. This painting actually took me quite a while to outline because there is a lot of detail in here. So for instance, even let's say like this figure back here, what appears to be this man working on doing something, if you wanted to eliminate him, it wouldn't surprise me if a few people did that just to focus on the two women in the foreground. We'll talk about the subject matter of this painting here shortly as well, so we'll just get this started first. So yeah, all these little details, we're probably going to do a bit of underpainting on them because that will help us preserve them. Now, I'm not doing all of the details. In fact, I'm skipping over quite a lot. So let's just take a look and see how things look at this point. So some areas are maybe a little bit less even because the carbon paper has been well used, and so some places are just going to have less carbon to actually transfer over onto the canvas. Or the other thing too is all of these cups and such, like this, you know, this could be a little bit time consuming. And I mean, like, this painting, composition-wise, is pretty tricky. Very unusual composition. And it's kind of complex. So the fact that she even chose to do this type of a painting just shows kind of how ambitious she was as an artist, and then, as we'll see later on, as a political figure. Because she took on like every possible challenge and was probably, you know, one of the more courageous persons that I can think of, for sure. Okay, so I think I'm almost done here. It's not going to surprise me if some of this is a bit of a mess. Not bad, actually. I'm surprised it looks a little bit better than I thought. Those fingers, that's going to require a little bit of work. Okay, I think... Oh, let's just do this. My goal is not to have like every single thing outlined. It's really just to get the basics in place so that I have the composition started and the proportions relatively well established. Okay. So I'm going to move just sort of clean a few things up here. Before I put that ruler away, I should have finished this. And I should have done this while I had the carbon paper here, but it is what it is. And the way that she painted these lines are kind of wobbly, so if they're a little bit wobbly in our finished version, then that sort of seems very perfect. Okay, now I think I'm ready to move on. So, I've got this established. We'll move on. So the next step, now that we've got our drawing transferred onto the canvas, let's put a stain of color over top of this, because that's traditionally what artists did, especially artists in the era of Sylvia Pankhurst. I'm sure she would have learned this in art school. So let's look here. This is the paint that I'm about to use. I'm actually going to use this Azo Yellow Deep, and I refer to it as my warm color. Now you're going to hear me talk about warm blues, cool yellows, etc. This is the actual color that I'm using. But rather than say Azo Yellow Deep, I say warm because you can use a color very similar to that with golden paint, for instance. This is a higher quality paint, a professional grade paint. We're using, Amsterdam is much more of a student grade paint, so not quite as good and much cheaper. Liquitex, this is also their cheap brand. That would be the color we're about to use here in a minute. Winsor & Newton, Artist Loft, Buzz, Peebo, Holbein, Dialer, Rowney. So there's lots of different paint companies out there, but if you're kind of using these paints that I'm suggesting here, you're going to get very close to the results that I'm going to get here. Okay. So let's break out some warm yellow, and we'll put it, actually let's do this first. On our palette here. That is a bit much, but let's see. It's going to take a bit of that off. Move it onto that palette. And I'm going to put some water on here. This is the only time I ever use water when I'm painting with acrylics. And it's by far the #1 thing most beginner painters get wrong. Probably because they're so used to painting with watercolors. They always think you're supposed to dip your brush in the water to paint with it. And we don't really need water to paint with acrylics. We can add mediums, which are specially formulated for acrylic paint. Okay, so I'm going to take this warm yellow and apply it all over this surface here. Also really like to get the edges, and you don't have to use this warm yellow. Typically, artists would use a rusty red, brownish color to do their underpainting, or the Imprimatura, and or because some artists do both, combine it all in one. But for these episodes, I've been using this warm yellow just as a time-saving device, amongst other reasons, and I really like the results. And probably the vast majority of people, even professional artists, by the time these paintings are done, would have no idea that we use this color as opposed to a brown. And I like it because it also gives off this nice warm Kodachrome glow, and I like the warm glow. So now I'm just trying to get rid of maybe a few lines that kind of sometimes form. Really, the main thing I want to try to avoid is texture. Adding water into the paint is likely to help eliminate any texture, but especially when we're doing painting that might have a few more details like this, the less texture, the easier this painting will be to paint. Okay, so I'm going to keep my outline just a little bit off camera there, so that I can refer to it kind of without having to look at the screen for some of the other details. Okay, so while this is drying, let's talk a little bit about who Sylvia Pankhurst was, and boy was she one incredible individual. So let's take a, I got lots of tabs. I think we might just stick with the Wikipedia page. So Sylvia Pankhurst was born, again, on May 5th, 140 years ago, in 1882, and dies at age 78 in 1960. So lived a long life, and she certainly witnessed great changes, many changes that she is in a large part responsible for having either enacted or inspired other people to make change. And you know, I probably by the time she was done, she became a big kind of a proto-civil rights era figure, although she spent the last few decades of her life in Ethiopia. But she certainly identified or supported rights of oppressed people from all over the world. So anyway, so she's born in Old Trafford, Manchester, where I'm sure anyone who's a soccer or football fan, as most people would call it football, especially in Manchester, is famous for the famous soccer stadium there. Yeah, so very famous soccer stadium in Manchester, but this is sort of northern England is where she's from, and I have a number of good friends from Manchester and Liverpool, and there's a particular kind of attitude that I've sort of sensed that in people in northern England, a little bit in the same way that we have here in Canada. I'm originally from Calgary, and there's sort of kind of a little bit of a underdog feeling or resentment towards Toronto from Western Canada, or in the same way that people in England kind of have a complex relationship with London, England, or maybe Americans might have with New York City or Los Angeles if you're from outside of those giant metropolises. Okay, so anyway, both her mother and father were involved in the Labor Party and workers' rights movement. So she grows up in this house. So both her parents are activists, and that, I think, inspires within her that that's just something people do. Both of her sisters, Christabel and Adela, also become involved in the women's suffragette movement, and there is eventually a split in the family when Sylvia sort of goes her own way and the rest of the family go in a different way, all going with similar goals in mind, but very different ideas of how to achieve those goals. So she's, from an early age, interested in art and in drawing and in painting, but really more so in drawing, pastel drawing. And eventually she goes to school in Manchester, the Manchester School of Art, and she gets a scholarship during that period to go to the Royal College of Art in London, England. And I myself was a student at the Royal College of Art in England, or in London, which is right across the street from Buckingham Palace and literally right next to the Royal Albert Hall. And I'm sure being right there in London and at the turn of the prior century, because I think she goes there in I guess 1904, 1906. Maybe she was in school at the Manchester School of Art a little bit earlier. I mean, she was there earlier, but I thought, anyway. So anyway, she studies art while she's there, and she's making mostly portraits and paintings of other women. And, you know, it even says right here on the Wikipedia page that she witnessed the lack of gender equality in art school and in the profession of art, in the art industry, which even to this day still sadly exists, which is kind of remarkable. But I can't even imagine what it would have been like back in the day, because, for instance, there were classes that women just weren't allowed to attend. So any of the figure drawing class, nude drawing classes, even some of the history painting classes, and even art history classes themselves were off limits to women. So there were, you know, and sometimes, I'm not exactly sure in her particular situation, but often the school would be sort of segregated between men and women, and if they were together, then some of those guys would have to leave the classroom for a while and go to tend other things, while the women would just sit and wait and I guess be made to knit or something. I don't know what the expectations of them were, but it would have been very, very frustrating. Imagine going to school, enrolling in the exact same program as someone who happened to be a man, and yet you're not allowed into half or more of the classes, right? And you're just sort of like, okay, I guess the day's over. Like, that's great. So she would have, just viscerally felt the inequality of that sort of situation and that environment, which would have been particular. I think just as an artist, artists like to think of ourselves as pretty open-minded, progressive people. And for that situation to exist within that environment would have probably seemed doubly frustrating and insulting. Like, I suppose we have maybe some expectation that there are certain professions that we might expect more sexism to occur than others. And I'll leave it to you to figure out what some of those are. Not that I'm saying that's justified, but it's just there's certain things you're like, yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Some of the people who have those jobs have maybe some backwards views. That's the way I would certainly think about it. But I don't think. But I think certainly within the art world, it would have just been doubly frustrating, because it's all about freedom of expression, freedom of thought, and exploring your feelings and your thoughts and history. And for all, anyway, I'm kind of going off on a rant, but I can understand that would have just felt like maybe there's no place in society where women are treated not even just equal, but just as a human being, right? because women aren't allowed to vote at this time. There's a lot of restrictions on the types of places and businesses that women can go into. Women aren't allowed out after a certain period of time in the day. I mean, and on and on and on. And even after you graduate, there's a lot of, you're not allowed to work in most places, right? You have to get men to give you permission to do things. So there's just ridiculous kind of environment. And yeah, I still don't think we're there right now. But anyway, I think, so by 1912, even though that after she graduates from the Royal College of Art in London, she's becoming more and more involved in the women's suffragette movement, which again, both of her parents and her two sisters were involved in as well. So even if she wasn't interested in it at all, it would have been, if you're having any sort of regular correspondence with the rest of your family, it would be very hard not to at least be aware of what's going on. So it ultimately, by 1912, she makes this hard decision to give up her art in favor of the women's rights movement. And I think there's even a quote kind of near the bottom here. Pankhurst found it difficult to reconcile her artistic vocation with her political activities, eventually deciding that they were incompatible. She said, "Mothers came to me with their wasted little ones, and I saw starvation look at me from patient eyes. I knew that I should never return to my art." We'll talk about some of the theme. You're like, what are we talking about? Starving women and starving babies. What does that have to do with the women's rights movement? Well, around this time, the World War I unfolds, and obviously a lot of men are conscripted into the military and then sent to France and Germany and elsewhere to the battlefront. And Sylvia Pankhurst was a fierce anti-war activist, and because she felt that it was destroying families and the war was unnecessary to begin with. And one of the weird things back in the day is men would go off to war, and the wives and mothers of the children of these soldiers were just sort of like, good luck, figure it out. And so many of them became homeless and were starving. She was advocating for, at least, if we're going to send these soldiers and tear them away from their families, let's at least provide the families that are left behind with some assistance. Now that seems to make sense, but for whatever reason, again, these things are just so bizarre. But her activism in the suffragette movement is covered excellently in a number of books, of which I had here over the past few months. I think I've shown them on screen, and I've read a few of her books, or books about her, and 85% or more of those books are focused on that part of her life. So obviously today we're focusing on her art. In fact, there's a number of books I read on her that where her art is mentioned as just like in passing, as in a couple of sentences. But clearly for her, at least in the early part of her life, especially in her teens and early 20s, when she went to art school, she spent 4 years in art school in Manchester as well as in London, and then was a practicing artist who was going around to these suffragette meetings and painting many of the leaders of the movement that came before her, and documenting the lives of women in the workplace. So she would go to some of the factories where women were working, like we're about to do today, and make drawings and paintings of the conditions that women were forced to work in. And some of those drawings and paintings were published in the kind of newsletters or magazines, newspapers that the women's rights movement were publishing. And she was also involved as a journalist and was writing articles. So And she even designed, I'm probably sure it'll take me forever to find it, a logo for the women's suffragette movement that looks like this prison, and I don't know if I will be able to find it on here. I should. Now I'm just thinking about it, but it looks sort of like the gates of a prison, because she was sentenced to jail, I think, 15 times over the course of her life, doing nonviolent protests in front of various different locations to try to bring attention to women's rights. And I think it probably mentions somewhere in here the relationship between her sisters. Again, her sisters were also involved in the suffragette movement, but they were fiercely pro-war. For whatever reason, I think, so it's interesting, there's this big split, because Sylvia is a pacifist. She doesn't believe in war. She thinks the war, because she's also interested in leftist political movements like communism. She sort of sees the war as just sort of poor people, workers fighting workers, and that it's like, the rich, wealthy oligarchs and plutocrats who are just waging war or having arguments with one another and throwing human lives across the poker table to see who wins, right? And that's kind of her interest in communism and politics really kind of was another one of the things that separated her from her sisters, because Sylvia tried to she wanted to kind of blend the women's rights movement into leftist politics, and so to involve men, like to kind of like run on that ticket, whereas her sisters and her parents, their kind of strategy was instead to kind of be apolitical, or to not align with any single party, but to push all of the parties for to be more to help further the cause of women, which and I can understand both. I can understand both of those positions. Yeah, so here's where we're talking about to create an allowance for the families, the wives of soldiers while they're away, because you have all of a sudden all these poor women starving. So I think here I just want to show a few little links to some of the places that she's particularly identified with. Let's see if we can zoom out here. So here's the United Kingdom. There's Ireland, and United Kingdom, Scotland up here, England down here, Wales, etc. Here's Manchester. This is where she's originally from, and this is where she moves down here to London. And I just want to point out a few locations, one of which is her house where she lived. And obviously this is the building as it looks now. It looks nothing like the original building that was on that location. And there's some, if maybe we'll just zoom in much closer here for anyone who's interested. And if we zoom back out, she also later on moved up into this Woodford area. And there's a couple of memorials. There's the Sylvia Pankhurst Anti-War Memorial, which is not there at the moment. I guess they've taken it down for to fix or something, I guess. I don't know. But partly this is, about the invasion of Italy in Ethiopia and the bombing of the Italians of Ethiopia, because she later on moves to Ethiopia. There's also it's not actually marked here on Google Images, or Google Maps, sorry, but there is Pankhurst Green here in Woodford as well. That, I think, do I have a... I'll just quickly look here. So this little green here is dedicated to Sylvia Pankhurst. This little tiny park in the middle of a traffic, not a traffic circle, but what is that? A traffic, I think there's another example of it here. I do want to see if there's any. There's not a lot of her art online here. Let's just zip through some of these links and see if I can show you. So this is a great book. I've read this, the Rachel Holmes biography on Sylvia Pankhurst. It's a big, thick book, but it definitely gives a context for her life and her relationship with her family. It's pretty tragic that she really didn't speak to the rest of her family for maybe the last 40 years of her life, or there's just no real relationship there. She felt like they had betrayed her. Here's some of the paintings. I think these were just recently acquired by the Tate Gallery, or the Tate Museum in London, in England. Tate has locations all over England. But you can see these are in the same vein of the painting that we're about to do here. So the painting we're about to do is two women, and potentially I think this male figure, working in what was known as a pot bank. And a pot bank is a place where they were making pottery. And so they would make it out of clay. Here's a woman spinning a pot on a wheel. And then you'd have other women who would paint the pottery, or cut out decals which are applied on here. And then it's, well, I think the decal, so after that they're made, they're fired, and then things like decals are applied afterwards and then fired again. So there's this bisque process, and then you put decals and maybe glazes and color and all that stuff, and then put it back into the kiln. And then afterwards you can eat off them, right? So there's this whole industry of women who are doing this particular work. I'm not really sure. What I do here, make sure I don't want to allow any more cookies than I need. Come on. Let's, I think I'm going to jump into the painting here. All these links. Hopefully this weekend, finally, I'll be able to set up my computers. This is a drawing of hers that I really like. She did a few like this, these young women with these big bonnets, which women at the time wore. And they're really beautiful, but because we're doing a painting, I was like, I don't know, we could translate a drawing into a painting. Here's another thing that she also paints. So she made posters and things for all of the different women, for the different women's rights movements and organizations. That was the members card. I still want to find that logo that she created. Some photos of her. We'll see it as a brooch. Okay, so I'm just gonna give it one more second. No, I guess I can't find it. It's interesting that the logo that she created basically is of the jail that she was sent to, and I think it's sort of like, this is like, the bars can't hold me, I hold the bars. Anyway, let's move on here. Okay. So we'll talk about, there's lots of stories we could talk about in Sylvia's biography, but let's get the painting established. Now that we've got our Imprimatura here, this warm yellow, let's maybe consider, do we want to do any underpainting on this particular painting? So what the underpainting would allow us to do is maybe preserve some of the details, like in the faces and hands, before they get covered up with more layers of paint. So let's put some color out onto our palette. And oh, Donna's watching us from a restaurant in Calgary at her son's 41st birthday. That's incredible. That's funny. Wow, dedication, Donna, to be watching this video live while your son is celebrating his birthday. It's okay if you don't watch. I appreciate it, though. That's very kind. Okay, so let's move that out of the way. Now we got paint on our palette. I want to mix a nice dark color that we can use for our outlining. So I'm going to take my warm red and I'm going to take my cool blue and I'm going to mix these together. Take my cool yellow. Let's get a bit more of it. Might have put a bit too much, which is going to make this go a little bit brownish. And so if it looks a little brown, that tells me I've got too much yellow and red. And to get it to a little bit of a darker color, or to a black, we need to put more blue back in here. Now this doesn't really matter exactly what color we use, because we just want something dark that's going to lay underneath subsequent layers of paint so that we don't lose those details. So I think that's close enough. It's a little bit more on the brown side. I need probably more blue, but I'm happy with, if I was trying to make a black, we would work on that for just a couple more seconds. So I'm just going to get a small brush and let's think about what we want to preserve here. Actually, let's just look at here. So basically what I'm going to do is maybe the hands, faces, maybe even a few cups. So let's just sort of get right into it here. Again, having this nearby to refer to can be kind of helpful. So I might just slide that underneath here. So get her ear, her hairline, her collar, eyebrow. It's a little bit of a big eyebrow. Again, the goal isn't to do a really pretty thing here. It's just that in case I'm a little bit wild with the way that I apply paint, I want to be able to see my lines here. all these cups. Like, we're going to be painting white over these cups. And that's going to make them maybe kind of hard to see. So this might be really helpful. It wouldn't, surprise me if some people simplified this and got rid of some of the cups. So you can see this woman is cutting a sheet of decals. And I don't know if anybody is, I don't know if this is an age thing. Does anybody know what decals are, or is that from, make me seem like I'm from the ancient past? Because I remember when I was a kid, I used to build model airplanes. My father's obsessed with model airplanes, and so I got a little bit of his obsession. And with model airplanes, they come in these little boxes, and you either glue or snap them together, and then they come with a sheet of decals. And decals, they kind of look like, they're basically like temporary tattoos, right? You get them wet, and then you apply, the decal kind of just slides right off, and then you can apply the decal onto another surface, and once it dries, it sticks. And they're great. They're incredible ways to get like really cool details on your model that would be just otherwise really, really hard to paint. So, okay, let's just do a little bit here. Like, this looks very sloppy, and it is, right? Because I don't really care about preserving these details. I just want to make sure that I can see the shape to begin with. All right, so I think that's good. The guy in the background, we'll try our best to keep. Let's just do a little here so we know that's where his head is. We'll just turn his whole eyebrows into one. Good enough. Okay. Just quickly clean a few brushes. I love Greg says, how is Paul McCartney? And Paul says, hi Greg, sorry, I don't know Paul McCartney. I think Greg is talking about, I went and saw Paul McCartney a couple days ago. So I think the question is he's asking me, but it is a funny little exchange there in the comments. I mean, maybe Greg does know Paul McCartney. I don't know. That would be awesome. Greg, but put me in touch. Put us all in touch. I think we'd love to chat with your friend Paul. Okay, so let's move on to our next step here. So now that we've got our underdrawing, we've got the Imprimatura, and now we've done a little bit of underpainting, let's now focus on the background. So we're going to do a little bit of coloring in the background. And this, you know, when I say the background, it doesn't always mean necessarily the things that are always furthest away from us. I usually think of like background as everything except the figures, if there's figures. And because I want to think of like breaking things down into kind of a 2 or 3 spaces and doing the things furthest away from us first and then building up. So I may even do a little bit of the table as part of our foreground. I don't know, we'll see. So with the background, let's go to the original and just think a little bit about how we want to approach this, or even just what colors we even have in this painting to begin with, right? So there's a lot of brown in the painting, but there's also a lot of this sort of purpley magenta-like color. So we have, and it's hard to see, but you could see there's this kind of brown. It almost appears to be underneath everything. And then this magenta purple has gone over top of it. So there's 2 ways we could do this. We could try to mix the purple and then, or the brown, and then apply purple over top of it. Part of me suspects that it's possible that all of this purple, that could also be a varnish that has sort of over time turned a little bit of this magenta color, this cool, but I'm not exactly sure. Anyway, let's mix a cool purple, and we can even make it maybe a little bit more cool red dominant. So how about let's do this. Let's put that here. Okay, we're going to use a lot of it, so I might as well make a bigger batch. So our cool brown, we're going to use mostly warm red. You know what? I'm always thinking, where's the... I'm going to do it right here, actually. So let's take this. So I'm going to take my cool red, my magenta, and my cool blue. Actually, that's a lot. I don't think I'm going to need that much. And my cool yellow. So I'm going to start out mostly with cool yellow and cool red, and then just add a little bit of blue into it as I go here. That's pretty good. If I put too much of that blue in there, this color would more likely go almost black. It would be very similar to this color, because really the only difference is the reds that I'm putting in here. So I just want to be careful. Like one could even say, to make a black, you just make a brown and add a lot more blue into it. Okay, so that's a good brown. I think I do want to make a version that's much lighter, that's got a bit more yellowy brown. So that's good. You can see I just kind of turn my brush to squeeze out any extra paint. Sometimes it gets hidden inside there. So let's take a look at these colors side by side. So the color I'm just mixing here, this is maybe, we're going to use that mostly, or well, maybe like for the table, etc. Although maybe we'll make a warmer color for the table. Anyway, I think I'm going to start with this color. And I may, you know what, let's put a bit of matte medium in here. So I love using matte medium because we're going to thin this color out a little bit, make it a little bit more transparent. That's going to mean that the the yellow that we've applied for our background is going to show through a little bit and help make this color maybe just a little bit of a lighter green. Okay, make sure it's mixed in there so that that color is even. We don't always want to do that. There's sometimes I've made paintings for this series where we have colors that are very opaque versus colors that are very thin and transparent. Anyway, okay, let's move this here. Okay, so again, this is just the first layer, right? Okay, maybe I'll do under this table as well as a coolish color. You can see I'm also just going to try to get these brush strokes to be kind of going in that direction. Similarly, these brush strokes going vertically to emphasize the flatness of that space and also the wood grain. These ones doing the same sort of thing, emphasizing that wood grain up there in the supporting beams. So trying to use the direction of my brush strokes to also assist in the kind of the construction of this painting. Now let's go to our dark. You know what? I think I'm gonna. Let's just take some of this. I'm going to mix it right into here because we got all of this. There's matte medium in there. You can see that blue coming through. That's okay. It's going to make it a little bit darker. Now I'm going to paint a kind of a purple over top of this. Okay, I think I'm just going to leave that like that. And just going to get the rest of this paint off. Who knows, I may use more of that color. I doubt it, but you never know. That's why I instead of just wiping it onto a cloth or in the sink or in a jar, wiping it back off on my palette, you never know if I want to use it again. Or if I make some egregious mistake, I spill something all over my painting and I gotta rescue it. Having a little bit of that extra paint left over is really, really handy. Okay, I'm just gonna clean my work surface up just a second. So that's kind of my background. It's like, that the table here. Oh, it's gonna take a second to get that back working. I think I might make a warmer brown for these. So we have a purple. Should we try putting, I've got to wait for that to dry. So, but I would like to put purple in here. And this guy. Oh, under here, in between them, I think we'd want to use a bit of the same color here. Because I think that's kind of still part of that floor. Okay. So maybe I'm going to mix a brown and I'm going to paint that into the foreground here. And then maybe we'll even use that same brown that we'll paint on this other table. So we could use the brown that we just used, which is technically a cooler brown. But because we've got a lot of brown in this picture, having different browns might be nice to kind of create a difference in those two environments. So let's take some of our warm red, maybe a little bit less. Let's take our warm yellow, mix this in here, and you can see big fire engine quality. And then let's take some warm blue. And so, you know, these look very different right now. It's because we also don't have very much blue in here. And I want to just add that selectively. Because we don't want the foreground brown to be too dark. Pretty good. And I'm also just going to put a bit of matte medium in here again. Keep it as thin as possible. Not as thin as possible, but just a little bit thinner. That's because we've got this warm yellow. This color will react to that warm yellow and keep it kind of a little bit lighter. So I'm debating, should I just paint right over these? You know what, I'm going to try to paint around them as much as possible. And if I can, I want to try to get these brush strokes moving in this direction. Now we could have just painted right over all these, but you know, if The one thing is there is a lot of detail, so if I'm going to be painting white over top of them. So anything that's just going to, you know, another layer of paint is just another layer of paint that has to be sort of dealt with and potentially obliterated, so. And again, I'm just trying to get those brush strokes to run in this diagonal fashion. I'm also just going to use this same color on this table back here. And let's paint right over top of this cup. That way we can just see, as the painting unfolds, the difference between painting the cup brown and leaving the cups kind of like this. And maybe we'll see a difference, maybe we won't. I think we'll see a little bit of a difference, but I'm always open to being being surprised. Okay, again, I could probably even use this color as a skin tone in a few minutes, so we'll preserve as much paint as we can. Now, because very little of her creative life has been written about, or at least in books that I'm able to find, probably in England, there's probably a lot more on her creative life than I was able to dig up. But knowing her process, I don't have that information, so I'm not. I do think she probably had her painting in a similar state to what I've got at this moment, but I can't be quite sure. So now let's go to the brickwork. There's a little bit of a purple in behind here, and once we've got that, we can also try painting a little bit of this on some of the tables and even on the background here. So let's mix that purple. So what we're going to do is mix a bit more of a very subtle purple. Probably we'll make more than this. Let's start kind of slow. So let's. I take my cool red and my warm blue, mix those together, and I'm going to get this purple. The more red we have here, the more we're going to have a cooler purple. The more blue we get into there, the more warm that purple is going to be. All right. So that's the color, but it's also very intense. So what I want to do, instead, if I just paint that there, it's going to be this explosion of bright purple. So instead, what I want to do is make a bit of a gray. I'm going to take my white and my black, mix these together, and you see I get a really nice, lovely gray. And then I'm going to mix that into my color. And now I think you'll see that is much closer to what we have in the background. Now I'm also going to add a bit of matte medium here so that it gets a little bit thinner. And then let's paint. Oops, let's just. Remember, this is just the first state of this, right? Okay, just painted a bit over the floor down there. I think before I do too much more, I want to blow dry this, and I'm going to use this same color and start applying it all over the background here. Although, yeah, let's do that, because, yeah, well, although do I want to darken... Gotta think about that, because let's do that. Well, okay, so let me just... I'm gonna think out loud to myself here. Okay. I am even a little bit tempted to put this in the white, but I think I should paint the white first and then use a little bit of this purple as an accent, but I am compelled to do that. Since I painted the floor with a little bit of purple, let's do that over here as well. So I'm going to paint and just sort of wipe a bit of that away. And if that's too dark, we're going to darken everything significantly as well. But that's, I like just sort of a test. Often I'll test little things in areas that I know are going to get much darker, just so I can see what the reaction is, right? Because that way I'm not really worried about this area. It's not like this is somebody's face, and if it doesn't turn out, I'm screwed. This I could easily change at any point later, and it really won't affect anything. The only other color that's really similar would be this one over here, right? Okay. So what should we do next? You know, I think I might actually move into the foreground, start the figures, and then that way I'll have kind of everything blocked in. We'll do even the pots with a little bit of white. So let's do that. Let's move on to... Okay, so now we've got essentially our background colors established. Let's go to the foreground, or really basically the figures and the cups and bowls. Okay. So down here we mixed a warm brown, and here we have a cool brown. I'm going to take this warm brown, and we can add just a little bit of white, and then I think we can get our flesh tones locked in here too. So let's do just that. Let's wash this brush really quickly. So let's take just a bit of this, some white, mix this together. We got a kind of Caucasian flesh tone. See, it's pretty close to my own skin color here. Just wondering if that's too light. Let's just take a bit more paint. Because we don't want, because this is maybe more of our highlight color. We want something that's going to be a little bit lighter. I'm even take a bit more yellow. Bit of red. Yeah. So we'll take this. I'm just going to paint in all of the skin of these three figures. Okay, that's good for our local skin color. We'll let that dry. It's definitely darker, but we're gonna do some lighter values on top. Like I had that light value already mixed, but I didn't want to start off light and then get darker. I kind of want to go in the middle and then go darker and lighter. Then how about the brown? I think we could probably take a bit of our dark warm brown we mixed. And that might be even just a bit too dark. So let's just lighten it up again. It's kind of nice to go a little bit in between. This guy's in the background's got a bit of hair, but I think we'll leave him alone. Their aprons are kind of a yellow, a little bit of a similar yellow to the background, but with a bit of white in there. So just seeing where we're at right here. And there's Lolly pops in to say hello. Hi, Lolly. This color is sort of like our. Basically, it's very similar to the. It's not a dark. It's a bit more of a purple, dark purple. And to get that dark purple, we can just make a purple and then darken it. Or I think what is a little bit, nicer is if we can mix it directly with color. And so that color is a lot like our warm red and our cool blue. Let's just make a bit more of it. So this is how we make our dark color before we add any yellow to it. So I think we want a bit more on the blue side. Now we'll get this kind of purpley color. It is going to be a little bit, it'll be very dark if we paint that directly on the background. So let's add a bit of white in here. Now, this might just obliterate all of our pencil lines. So if I do that, then I might be a little bit out of luck, right? So let's instead try to leave ourselves like a little treasure trail. Okay. Let's get this guy's apron back here too. So you can see that, I don't know how well it's showing up on camera, but there's a slight difference between these colors. One of which, probably the result of me mixing some with some white, and that's what came down here. And then some of the paint that was a little bit higher up that I was using, that didn't really get any white on it, is why it accounts for that little bit of a darker. Now, I actually don't mind that. It kind of helps create a distinction between her arm and her backside here. But, okay. I'll just take this if I want to do any little dark lines as well. It's kind of a dark line there. I'm going to go back to this kind of little bit slightly grayish color. So one of the features of this room is that everything looks sort of worn and fallen apart, and you can almost smell the mildew and wood rot and things in this room. Like, you know, we feel like we're in the basement of a factory. You know, it's looks like maybe one light coming in facing them. Otherwise, it's pretty dark environment. I just realized there was a piece of wood across this. Might have done the same thing that she did here. Let's see if we can just wipe any of that paint we just applied off. Alright, if we get to it quickly, we can wipe that off. Oh, that's a pipe or something going across there. Okay. Smudge that out a bit just to soften it up. Okay, maybe let's just take this same color and go right up the lines in between here. Now, I'm not really concerned about making these straight lines because actually her lines were very wobbly. And, you know, this is a handmade wooden table. You know, it's kind of might be a little bit worn and maybe seen a few better days. Just a bit wider as it comes down here, because technically they should all be about the same width, unless the carpenter who built this was a little lazy. They should all be equally spaced. And having done a lot of carpentry myself, maybe this looks maybe a little bit more like a table I would build, where things maybe aren't quite as mathematically precise. There's no line here, but I'm going to add one too. Right, we want it to continue the radiating outward, right? All these lines are converging. I want to make sure that one continues to radiate outward. Lolly says, not feeling so great, hoping I'm not going to get sick. Oh, no. My wife is pretty stressed that I might have gotten COVID while I was out of town. I see she laid out a COVID test for me, which I haven't yet taken, but I'm sure I'll be doing this after, as soon as this episode is over. She'll be making me take it. Which, you know, if I've got COVID, I got COVID. If not, that's great. But had all been vaccinated and boosted and boosted and boosted, should be pretty safe. Knock on wood. Famous last words, maybe, right? Let's hope not. Okay, let's now go to the white. So this is the place where, if anything, this is where we'd be the most concerned about covering up too much. Right, so let's get a little bit of white on our paintbrush. So we'll do this down here. I'm going to add matte medium into my white to help make it more transparent. So right there, that's about 2-to-1 matte medium to white paint, which I'm just guessing, right? I don't know if that's what I need or want, but the good thing with doing a little bit more, you know, matte medium is it's going to make it more transparent. And hey, if it's too thin, all I got to do is do another coat, or maybe 2, 3, 4 coats on it. If it's too opaque, then unless you can wipe it off really quickly, you have to deal with it, and then you may have lost some details, and that can be a bit of a pain. So let's just see what the results are. I think that's pretty good. So as I said, this is about 2-to-1 white, titanium white with so like 1 part titanium white to 2 parts matte medium. And I'm also painting over the dark lines, like any kind of outline, as much as possible to cover that up completely. Now you can still see my lines from the table going through these cups. I might go back and darken them, or not darken them, put more white on them, now that I see how this is working. And I can even just go in that particular area and darken those. Or not darken them, I guess lighten them with white, or paint them out, essentially. But let's get everything else painted first. So I'm not too worried. Let's say for like this guy in the background, you know, I wouldn't be too worried about making the white too opaque here, because we want that to be kind of back in the background. And so we certainly don't want any really solid white there, otherwise it's going to pull him forward, and he's really just in the shadows here. We don't want him to be center stage, right? This painting's not about him, after all, right? It's about the women that are working. I imagine he's probably their boss. I don't think it's that much of a stretch to make that leap. Okay, and this other little cup here, we can also now see any difference made here. Pretty minor. So, I mean, potentially we could have painted this whole thing brown. Again, I was a little bit worried I might lose detail. So now that that's starting to dry, we can just kind of go back over it, sort of like doing a second coat of this. So this is working great. Okay. Now, so she even has a little bit of white on her collar. I'm not sure, collar, the cuff of her shirt. And maybe it's now worth putting a little bit of cool yellow and white together. Okay. I'm just going to take a bit more white. Okay. I think that's enough. So let's just take a look where we're at. Obviously now this looks, it's very orangey compared to the original, which is very purpley, right? And those oranges and purples are opposite from one another on the color wheel. Not quite, but they're pretty close, right? So they do make pretty good pairs. I mean, so for instance, here's our oranges, right? And on the other side here, we have like blue technically is the exact opposite of orange, but we know we're not too close there afterwards. So what we so these are complementary colors, right? Some people might call this like a split complementary, where we might, instead of having the blue, we have yellow, purple, and green as our three, like as a triad of to form the palette around. But one of the things is the purple and orange and or yellow complement each other pretty well, which is why they're complementary colors. And also, if we start putting purple over top, they're going to get very dark as well, because those color combinations are going to get black. So we just want to be careful going too dark too quickly. Now everything, it's interesting looking at it on camera, I can really see a very distinct difference between my warm browns in the foreground and my cool browns in the background. They look almost on camera almost identical. So I think let's move on. So now we've got all the paint in place. What I want to do now is go to the background and as much as possible to finish the background, and so that I can then really focus my attention on the figures in the foreground and the cups and bowls, etc. So to do the background, let me just think. I mean, I guess it would be nice, like, because I would like to glaze over top of this guy. So it'd be kind of nice if he was finished. And while I'm painting him, I might as well do their bodies and faces. Let me think. How can I... It does make me almost feel like I want to get them done and him, and then I can maybe finish elsewhere. Just trying to work out here the plan for my attack. It's always a little bit, you know, every painting has these sort of situations where you find yourself at a crossroads and it's like, well, either way it's going to be bit time consuming, and I try to outsmart the painting and think, okay, if I can do this, I can do all these different things, and then I'll come around. And usually at some point when I think about those, when I try that kind of approach, there's like a surprise. I'm like, oh, I didn't even think of that. It doesn't really matter. I guess I could have gone either way. I mean, it wouldn't have made much of a difference. Sorry, I was just painting this little area that I noticed wasn't finished. It's interesting. So this painting is making me think that I should actually try to get more of the foreground done before we move back into the background. Maybe I can do him. Let's just do him. I'm way overthinking this whole thing. So let's go for a little bit of a darker value for his skin. So I'm going to take this color. We use the same color for the table. Hopefully things aren't too wet here. So I'm just going to take this darker color. Paint it on most of his face. Let's go even darker. It's all kind of too wet, so I gotta wait for that to dry a bit. Let's see if I can get... So I don't know what this guy's up to, if he's got some sort of device that maybe he's punching out shapes or decals, or it doesn't look like this is some sort of lever that he yanks on. Something happens. So I'm just going to blow dry his face. It looks kind of a big clump there. Let's go the other way. I'm going to take a bit of my skin color here with some white. back with my darker color. Okay. And just before I just want to get a little bit of more warmth. Here I'm taking some warm red. Get even a little bit more red. Okay, so that we're gonna darken him into the background here in a moment. Let's just think of what is this structure? Can we just sort of define that a little bit? I don't know what it is, but I want to try to give it something. Okay, we'll leave that. Let's go to the bricks now right here. So let's take our cold red and our warm blue, and got a bit of that white in there. Not bad. I was gonna say maybe it's a bit dark, but I think that's okay. This kind of brick area here is all kind of falling apart, and oops. I'm going to take this, maybe just the same color, and just paint around. Look how things are progressing. A little bit sloppy in those areas, but I don't mind. Okay, let's take a bit of medium. Thin that out just a bit. I'll straighten this table out down here. Okay. So, how about now that I've got that in, I think I'm going to take this same purple that I've just been using, and I'm going to apply it all over in the background. Oh, that's a lot of matte medium. Let's just put a bit of that to the side. There's some white in here. Maybe that's not... Well, actually, it looks like there's some white in hers. Let's just make this a little bit darker. In fact, let's, instead of white, let's add a little bit of my dark color, basically my black, to make this a bit more of a gray. So if in doubt, at least instead of being a white and tinting it, we've got a tone. I think I'm going to add more glazing fluid into this. Okay, let's back out a bit. So, got maybe a bit too much that I applied earlier, so I'm just going to kind of go and kind of, as I'm going across here, I'm kind of scraping a bit of that paint off. So it's a little bit lighter there because that's where my brush is kind of scraping across. I'm going to do the same thing down here. See, I just painted right over that bowl. That's okay. This is pretty subtle in some places and much more apparent in others. Let's just keep motoring right along here. Let's get some of this purple in the foreground. So we got this light kind of raking across here. I'm just going to add more of this matte medium here. So now my paint is becoming very, very thin. Almost entirely, like 80% transparent. Which I can use to do more kind of careful fine-tuning of things. And just giving everything a little bit of this purple value. Which, you know, I suspect could possibly be a bad varnish. Could be in her original painting process. I don't know. Okay. So what I do before I do anything is just blow dry everything and kind of lock this paint in place. Otherwise, everything I do is just going to start scraping paint off and it just gets so frustrating. Heidi says, I really like how rich and warm yours looks, Michael. Thank you, Heidi. We'll see if how rich and warm it is by the time we're all done, but you know, we can certainly keep it like this if you like. It's going to get darker and darker because I really want it to, especially the background, to have this look of like it's in a dark, kind of danky basement. Which I think is something she's really trying to convey, is sort of like, it's not like as if this is, you know, a bright, well-lit, you know, skylights and flowers and plants and, you know, this should not look like an appealing workplace, I think is what Sylvia Pankhurst is probably trying to convey in a painting like this. Like, I think she wants us to look like, man, what an unpleasant environment. Like, ugh, these poor women in this dark room, like working all day long, probably like 14, 15 hours a day. Okay. So I'm gonna blow. Yeah, I didn't blow dry that yet. Let's mute. Okay, I think I want to do even more of this. Continue pulling that down. So let's take a bit more of the cool red and our warm blue. Let's mix that together. Just a bit more cool red in here. Let's take our dark value. So now I'm not putting any white in. This is going to be much darker value. And you can see I'm just taking little bits of that dark color. And then I'm essentially going to glaze with it. Just making it transparent so it's not just going to obliterate everything. And let's just see. Pretty close to the values that she's got there. I just painted right over this guy back there. I think I might just leave that. We'll blow dry. It's definitely, maybe I'll just lighten it. So just take some of that paint off him. But otherwise I want to keep it fairly dark. I just want him to be kind of poking out of the shadows, right? Like, what is that guy doing there? Who's that? I didn't notice him at first. Okay. still have to do this there. Let's take this dark color again. Let's just go underneath this table. And let's get this area down here. I think I'm going to again use a bit more, oops, big blop of this fluid just so that I can blend it if I do want down here. I probably should have done all the wood grain first. I didn't even think about that until now. But okay, you know what? I'm going to blow dry this, and then that way I can connect these here. Okay, let's do just a little bit more of this glazing with this purple. And then I like that she's made all these shadows in this purple, so I'm actually going to put in some of the shadows right now. Okay. I think I'm going to do one last little bit, take my darker color. Okay. So now I think what I want to do is I'm going to go back to the foreground. Heidi says, I find the glaze medium makes colors darker when dry. Interesting. I mean, I guess if you're using glazing medium, you're probably mixing something in there, so it does stand to reason that it could get darker. Could also get lighter if you have white or maybe yellow in that glaze. It can also, I usually, because I use satin glazing fluid or matte glazing fluid, it sometimes will actually, I find it takes the intensity of the color out because things just get more and more matte, less and less glossy. And glossy will usually make the colors more bright and more intense. So perhaps if you're using gloss medium, whether it's matte medium or glazing medium or slow dry medium that's glossy, you may find the colors, even if you just paint it on transparently, that the blacks do look darker, because that's one thing that gloss does. It makes blacks seem more intense. It makes contrast more intense. Which is why some people really love it. Like if you get your photos developed, I prefer matte coating, but most people prefer the gloss coating because it makes the color contrast, the saturation more intense, and the blacks darker. I'd be interested, Heidi, if you're using a gloss or matte glazing fluid here. That might explain why you're getting a little bit of a different result. I also think I am gonna go back and maybe just darken a few things, like, you know, the post and on his hand and in his hand and maybe his face. But everything's kind of nice there. So let's move on. Oops, I guess not for a second here. I have to wait for that to... Come on. Should have done that before I had my tea. If only I knew the computer would glitch there. Okay, there we go. So let's... Okay, so now that we've got our background, I would say mostly done. There's still a little fiddly stuff I want to do, but it's basically going to involve darkening things, and so I might as well do that maybe towards the very end as part of our finishing touches. Let's now instead focus on the cups and bowls and our two female figures in the foreground. So we're getting pretty close, like to getting into our finishing touches, because really we just want to add some like maybe some darker colors to identify where the folds are in her clothes. Lots of texture in here somehow. And her face and hair, same thing with her over here. I think probably, if anything, one thing that's going to take maybe my most amount of time for me is just these bowls and such. Right, I'm even wondering, maybe before I go too much further, it would probably be helpful if I once again take a little bit of white I think I'm just going to take white on its own and just paint, yeah. Just want to get rid of those lines if I can. Now this is pretty much just pure white right out of the tube. So I'm not really putting it everywhere. Mostly where I see these lines. And I'm also kind of dry brushing it on a bit too, so. There is her hand. And I have also got a line going right through there. I'm really debating. Oh, let's paint that out a bit, I guess. Now I just got to make sure I try to match that. Oh, let's get this other teacup. Heidi says, thank you, Michael. Mine is gloss medium, glazing medium. What looks right wet may turn out darker when dry. I have to remember to stop before it is right. Interesting. So, I mean, that's just one of those things. The more and more you use a particular material, you start to become kind of familiar with its look. Because, yeah, you're right. Sometimes a paint goes on and you're really happy with it, and then once it dries, you're like, oh, that's not what I was expecting. I liked it before it dried. So then that, you know, the first few times you do that, that's very frustrating to learn. But eventually you start to kind of, like you said, maybe you can start to anticipate the effect that that material is going to have on your painting. Okay, I think let's go to the faces. So let's tackle that. In fact, actually, I'm just going to blow dry this because I don't want to. Now that I've got paint in the middle of my painting, I don't want to get my hands on it. Come on. Okay. So I'm actually going to start here with that hand. So I think we need to mix a bit more of our flesh color because everything's kind of starting to dry up. So let's take some warm red. Actually, we won't need nearly that much. Mostly what we're going to use is warm yellow, a little bit of warm red. And even less warm blue. Oops, it was more than expected. And there we are, pretty much exactly the color that we had there before. And then we can come into the center here. Mix it. Oops, that's maybe a little bit too much. It's not bad for what I ultimately want to do, but I think for that hand, So I'm actually just taking, since I got that color, I noticed that it was slightly different than this, because this, I painted the flesh tone directly over top of white. These were painted over top of the warm yellow, right? So it's like, ooh, technically I should probably have painted my warm yellow over top of that white before applying that color. So I wanted to kind of see if I could match these back up, because this has got a lot more white in it. I haven't modified it. So it's sort of that little goof of mine, in order to make sure that that hand looks like it belongs to her body and not some other creepy hand that's coming from under the table or something. I needed to make it match the other flesh tones here. So, because it doesn't quite have that warm yellow glowing through, it's a little bit flat. So that's why I was just brushing that color over the rest of the face. So, actually, I'm just going to blow dry that real quick. Okay, I'm actually really excited about this painting at this stage. Like, everything is in place. Now we're just going to start fine-tuning things. So, despite what it might look like to some people, I think we're doing really, really well. Okay, so how about... actually, let's mix this color first. So what we're going to do is we're going to do our darker flesh tones first. So let's mix a darker brown. See how I just took my warm blue and my warm red, and all of a sudden we basically just got like a dark hair color. Now I'm going to add a bit of white to it. Just a bit more yellow in there. So now this can function as like a dark brown in some of the high or the shadows on their faces and hands. I could even maybe do a bit of outlining with it. Okay, just want to make sure. Is that too dark? I think it's going to be okay. I'm not going to put a bit of glazing fluid into this, and this is my satin glazing fluid, right? Not glossy, but satin. That's the one that I prefer. And I'm just going to mix that into my color, and this will allow me to blend it if I want to. It slows down the drying time. And makes it a little bit more transparent. should be using a little brush instead of my finger for this. Okay. I think I need to just wipe that away. Start that over. Let's try a bit more of that back on this face here. Or you know what, I should blow dry it. I always like push my luck with glazing, so always word to blow dries between. Oh, I forgot to do these fingers too. going to take a bit more, oops, a little bit more warm blue. And let's also blow dry. Okay, let's go the opposite direction. Let's take some white and this color that we've got here. A little bit more yellow. Just mix a bit more of it right in the middle. And then we'll also put a bit of glazing fluid here. This is going to be our highlight color. Okay. Let's blow dry this. It looks like that forehead might be getting bigger and weirder. I'm just going to give a lot more red onto her ears. As the saying goes, you pretty much can't add too much red to an ear. Okay, let's turn our attention to that hair. So just warm red, warm blue. We're gonna get like a really dark. We can put a little bit of yellow in here, but mostly we want red and blue, warm red and warm blue. I need to make her nose a little bit bigger, the woman sitting closest to us. And then that's better. Let's get a bit of highlight on her knuckles. fighting with that face a bit. Now I'm going to take, maybe I'm going to go right to my darkest color here. Mix it in with my brown. Let's work on that nose a bit more. It's driving me nuts. Starting to look very much like a Picasso-y kind of thing going on there. Maybe not in the best way. better. Getting better all the time. Okay. I think I'm going to leave their faces for a moment. She does have a big nose. And probably darken right around here, but let's move off of all of that. And let's do her clothing. So this is going to be, again, our violet or purple. Got a little batch of it. Let's take some white. Get some highlights in here. Actually, you know what? I was going to use my matte medium, but I'm going to use glazing fluid instead because that will give me a bit more maneuverability to blend if I want to. So it's not too light, but it's also not it's just I just need it to be lighter than this. Okay. Maybe a little bit. I'm going to add a little bit more white in here because it's, there we go. Wasn't showing up very well. It's just too transparent. Just sort of generically brightening up this area here. Okay, now I'm going back over top of this. There's a bit of this reflected light on the back of her arm. We're going to keep that fairly minimal. I don't know if I agree with having too much of that there, because it's not like doesn't seem to be much of another light source around there. Now I think we can even take, so this color we were using as to lighten things up, I think we can use it as a bit of our darker value over here. So it's interesting that it's the highlight here in that dark clothing, and here it's kind of our dark value in this other woman's clothing. We can also use it as the darker value on her clothes down here. Oops. I feel like I can use this purple on all of these cups and stuff as well. So actually, maybe let's, where should I, let's start down here. So I'm just going to use the exact same purple that I was just using. In fact, I think I'm going to make it even darker. So there's a little bit of glazing fluid in here that just helps kind of with a little bit of the brushability of the paint, and I wonder if this is like she's using this purple because of maybe the light in this room, like maybe the way it came through the glass. Maybe it has a purplish quality. Very interesting. I don't know what the story is here. This is not perfect, and you know, I guess there's this pattern on here. Do a bit more of that down here. Now I'm going to use some blue and all that sort of stuff there, so I'm not done, but that's probably good enough for me to move forward. Now because I'm trying to get this painting done ASAP, I'm just outlining everything with this purple, and we'll just have to pretend that there's like that's what these cups look like. Maybe that's sort of like a outlining that's actually on the bowls themselves. We can try to give maybe more nuance here in a quick way, but that's pretty hard to do. Another thing that a painting like this kind of has going for it is the likelihood that if all of these plates are being spun on a wheel by hand, there's going to be a little bit of imperfection. It's not like they're being stamped out of the same mold over and over and over again. So that means that we might have some bowls that are a little bit wonky. And so if that's how you're painting it and you got some wonky bowls, well, that's probably, you could just explain it, say, well, you know, this particular Potbank was, you know, not the greatest quality. So that explains why everything's a little bit wonky, right? Wink, wink. Has nothing to do with our painting. We're accurately trying to describe a phenomenon that we are witnessing. I'm just going to quickly blow dry that. I love just being able to take my finger and kind of smudge away a paint that I'm not happy with. And that's something that you can really only do with glazing fluid, because that glazing fluid keeps the paint wet or open, as they say, for extended period of time, and until it's dry you can manipulate it, you can smudge it right out of the way, and that's really useful in times, right? Okay, now despite the fact that everything's not perfect, I think that's good enough. Right? And I think that's what we want. We don't need it to be perfect. Okay. Now I'm going to just take this same purple. Let's put more glazing fluid on it to make it thinner. And we're just going to make it much thinner, so it's very transparent. And in fact, I'm going to blow dry all of this because I want to sort of glaze inside of it. Okay. We need to go a little bit darker. Oops. Right, so the light is hitting these bowls. This is the inside of the bowl, so it gets light. This is the outside of the bowl, so it gets darker. So she's got this, I think it's just because of where I put my shadow. You can see she's got the shadow coming right up over top of this, whereas mine, I have the shadow sort of coming here and maybe just getting a little bit of this. So my bowl is going to be a little bit illuminated differently just because of where my shadow came in, right? So if my shadow was higher, I would paint it more like what she did. I could try to adjust this shadow, but you know where I am in this painting, I think I'm just going to keep on going forward. Let's get a little bit more white on in this purple. Let's do her scarf here. Okay. Zoom back in. Now I'm going to take some darker purple, even put a little bit more blue in it. Let's try a little bit of a lighter version. Okay. Let's go back over here. Just made it a little bit darker. Okay, now we want to make a very dark purple. It's going to mix this into my dark color into the existing purple that I have here. And I can use this. In fact, actually, I'm going to put a little bit of glazing fluid in here just to keep it kind of thin so that I can manipulate it a little bit more if I want to. But for the most part, I'm going to be just kind of doing some darker outlines throughout this painting. So I'm going to put scissors in that woman's hand there and just still working my way to that part of the painting here. just a little bit. Not sure what's happening under here. Maybe let's put a shadow of something underneath here. Now a lot of these cups have handles, and I didn't paint handles on them. Okay. I'm going to continue just a little bit more of this. Let's come back to this cup over here. The guy in the background, I'm gonna paint him as well. Just gonna put more glazing fluid into my mixture. You know what, maybe before I get too far down there, I want to just do a little bit more line work. On the table. Because a lot of the lines on the table, oops, have gone kind of muted as I glazed over top of them. So it's just sort of bringing them back to life a bit. Okay. If we just look here, before I do any more glazing, let's darken around the woman in the foreground's face a bit here. A little bit more glazing fluid in there. And just like that, I also corrected the shape of her forehead, which was a little bit large. Also might just reduce some of the intensity of some of these folds a little bit. This, I'm tempted to do something and darken that. But let's blow dry things. You guys talk about how you can hear our daughter screaming and laughing up. That's pretty funny. Yes, she is having the time of her life, that's for sure. So I'm just going to take this color, put a little more glazing fluid in there, maybe just a bit more. Just try to darken this area behind her. oh, this piece of wood up here. What did she do? She took a little bit of white and purple. Maybe even a bit of brown. Do we have any brown left on here? There's a bit of brown. Ooh, that's a lot of brown. Can we make this a bit of a purple brown? So I'm kind of getting a bit of an itch to make this, because right now it's super matte, and it does kind of help pop the figures forward, but something needs to be done here that is just not totally satisfying to me. I think it needs to be some sort of purple gray, maybe a little bit more on the purpley side. Let's get a bit more purple mixed up here. Let's take now a bit of cold blue. It's going to make it just a little bit more muted. Take our dark color, maybe just a bit of white. Let's just get more dark color. Now if I paint that on there, it's going to be really bold. That's why we want to use like a glazing fluid or matte medium to thin this out, so it's much more transparent. I wonder if that's still going to be too. Let's put even more matte medium, or sorry, this is glazing medium. Ooh, that's pretty bold. Not quite sure how I feel about that just yet. Gonna paint it under here as well. Okay. I feel like I need to darken down here. I need to make a shadow there. Let's mix even more of this. This time I'm trying to avoid going in between the cracks of the wood, so I don't have to repaint those, because otherwise they'll be a little bit lightened. Okay, so let's blow dry this and just see, once that's all done, what the actual colors look like, because we've got a bunch of matte medium on here, and that matte medium will dry, well, mostly clear because we mixed it, or no, not matte medium, glazing fluid, sorry. We've got lots of glazing fluid in here that right now is kind of shiny and maybe a little bit dark, but when it dries, it's going to go matte, and it might lighten up a little bit. So, you know, I'm getting pretty close to being done here. So we'll blow dry that and just see what it looks like. Sometimes I get a little carried away with the blow dryer, and I just start trying to like blow dry and glaze at the same time. And it's kind of sketchy kind of process. Like I kind of lost a little bit of the shape of this guy, but that's okay. Okay. I think I'm ready to do a bit of finishing touches here. Okay. So I just want to do a little bit of finishing touches on this. I want to get a few shadows done. We need to get the scissors that she's cutting with the decals. I think everything else I'm pretty happy with. Yeah, so let's finish off those few final little details, and then we'll be done. So, the scissors, that's going to be interesting. Now we got to get into some detail. So, there's my tiny brush. I think I want to make like a gray. So do we have any enough of this black here? Might have to make a new black. So let's take our cold blue and warm red. And we'll just take the rest of our cool yellow, whatever we got left. Looks pretty good. Now we're just going to mix it with some white. Oops. Mixing with some white, and we get this gray. It's a little bit more of a blue-gray. Okay. We'll get our darker color to mix a darker gray. Do you think I might just quickly blow dry that? These are funny looking scissors, but they'll have to do. I feel like I want to change the color of this page that's being cut. I don't know what color though. Maybe like a baby blue or something, a warm baby blue. Almost kind of looks a little bit too much like those scissors, doesn't it? I think I'm going to make it a bit of a cool blue instead. I like that. It's definitely different than what she did, but I think I needed something to pop it forward. I'm going to blow dry this. Okay. Okay. That's better. How about I'm going to put up just a few little things. Making like little decals that are sitting on her sort of workspace here that she's going to use. Now, I think I'm almost done. Little thing that I want to do. It's just. What was the one thing I was about to do that I forgot that I wanted to do? Oh, not happy with her face, so that's one thing I want to focus on. Let's just... I'm going to give her a little bit longer eyelashes. Her nose is really big and not quite flattering. Let's give just a little bit of life back. Oops, that's a lot of blue. Ay, ay, ay. Oh. A little bit of some drips in the top that I'll have to fix. There's always a little bit of something. Ooh, not sure. This is the kind of craziness that happens when you're just about done the painting and you just want to walk away, and then you're like, ah, what am I doing? Ah. So I'm making a skin tone, flesh tone, Caucasian flesh tone here. think I'm just going to move on. I could do more work on there and fiddle all night, but I just want to do a few more little shadows, and then I think I'm going to call it a night. Okay, I think it's about time to move on. Okay, so I think I'm at that stage of the episode here where I can call it a day. There's always going to be a little bit more that I can do. But at some point, you gotta stop and move on, right? So, before we go, please consider liking, subscribing, hit the notification bell. Take a photograph of the painting you made during today's episode. Upload it to the Facebook group. There's a link to the Facebook group in the description below. And if you feel like you've learned something, or it was entertaining, or funny, or a disaster, please consider making a donation. There's lots of different ways and links in the description below. Okay, so let's get these two side by side. Okay, so I'm not super happy with this, and I'm not also super disappointed. I think there's, definitely differences. And this orange, I think, is coming through stronger on camera than it is in real life. But still, I like the way that light is working in this painting. So I'm not I don't mind actually so much that that's a major difference. If anything, this could probably be a little bit darker down here. Am I tempted to just put a bit more? In fact, let's just do a little bit of that. Kind of makes me feel like if we do that, okay, continuing on. So just wanted to give a little bit more of that light is kind of coming down and creating a weird little shadow there. Obviously, I changed the color of her decal from kind of the same kind of purpley blue as everything else, just to separate it and also to give like a focal point to the painting. So I don't, you know, it's definitely different, but I don't mind that. We talked about why this is illuminated is because I had this light coming. I just sort of eyeballed that shadow without even really considering. And since it's coming down here, this is going to get a lot more light than in the one that she did, because her shadow is actually kind of, this is basically in the shadow. So I had to kind of rework that a little bit. Maybe that should also be coming down here. There's always a little thing. Yeah, so let's just zoom in and take a look at how these things look side by side. Okay. But like, I think probably immediately right up close, one of the things is my woman in the foreground looks a little bit more masculine than the original, and I could, I think, fix that, but at the just in terms, I really have to get going here and help with the family, that I don't mind it so much, but it is, you know, something that probably might annoy some people. The figure in the background, you can see that I've allowed him to get very dark. He just sort of disappears into the background, and I don't mind that either. Let's look around elsewhere as we get up close. Like this feels like it's really reflecting a lot of light, right? That's exactly what I want. The table does, because again I deliberately brushed the brush strokes in concert with the planks of the table. I think we do get a sense of like a wood-like texture. Look back here. Actually, I'm quite happy with the way that the woman in the background turned out. She looks definitely different and a different expression, and even her head is tilted slightly different between mine and the original, but I don't mind that, right? Even her hand, the way she's holding something. Again, we're talking about very small little details in the painting, so the fact that it worked at all, it's okay. Now that I'm looking at this, I'm also more aware of how distressed the wood back there is, and I didn't really do that. In fact, I didn't even do that underline there at all. There's always something. So let's just quickly... It's like a bit of dry brush just to... Okay, just a quick move on. One thing is, I got a little bit of water that stained, and then I wiped it away, and there's a couple little drops. I'm not sure how visible those are. Anyway, one last look here. Okay, so thank you everyone for painting along with me today. We'll be back on Tuesday. We're painting Kazimir Malevich, probably the most famous of all Ukrainian artists of all time, and one of the most important probably arguably the most important avant-garde artist of all time. He's Ukrainian, so we'll talk about him on Tuesday. Until then, everybody, enjoy the rest of your evening or morning if you're on the other side of the planet, and I know a number of you are. Thanks for staying up all night and painting along with me. We'll see you guys in a couple of days. Until then, have a great weekend. Talk to you soon, everyone. Good night.